But for now, we go to Longdeath. Of the Absolute Realm. Year 166. 166 years of Longdeath. Diving back in. Got to go for now. We'll see when you get back. Cheers. Although I'm going to swap out my background noise from Autumn Walk to Forest. So, the dwarves that are alive in this fortress, if you would like an overview or if you don't know anything about this fortress, feel free to ask questions and let me know. Are Apostle, Peter II, Belug II, Sparkly 4K, Trash Battery, Gimper, Chimp, Danny UG, The Squoid, Narvicious, Lord Floof, Crystal Rose, Vinsati, Taurus, Voozle, Smash T, Cade, Anton Iceland, Simplex, Dreadvic, Bastet II, Hazard Jeff, Diamond Destruct, Goats, Paranoid Android, Danks, Trees, Pablo, Black Hole, Mad Hijinks, Swoos, Eternal, Axon II, Cheers Jamie, Dragon Man, Suey, Clay, Touch Shriek, Ragswolf, Abe, Demonoid, Orson Frakes, Dark Skynet, and Tiny Goliath. Ow. If you heard your name mentioned and you would like to check in on your dwarf, do let me know. Currently, if I recall correctly, we are babysitting Touch Shriek, yes, who is utterly harrowed by the nightmare that is his tragic life. I've tried to put him into the military because he really wants to train with fighting, but the result is now he moves really, really slowly because he's got heavy iron armor on, which is kind of fun. So if you have somebody tantrum that is too weak to carry the armor that they're carrying, they just kind of they just slowly move around and nothing actually happens. So we're kind of babysitting Touch Shriek. But outside of that, that's kind of what we're doing right now. We're just kind of chilling and hanging out. But yeah, I still kind of have the long-term goal of getting an adventurer to that Hillix, but I think it was time to switch. Like around 12:30 is kind of in my head where I was thinking that I'll swap back over to Fortress mode. So, which is kind of, what people come to the stream for, I think. Also, don't forget, if you're in the Discord, to add words to the add a words story room so that next time somebody uses it, I will have lots to talk about. If anybody wants an overview, do let me know. I think it's lunchtime for a lot of people. Some people are chill. So good. Yeah, tonight's I have to go over to my parents' house night, so things will be a little bit, not short necessarily, but it won't be a super long stream today by any stretch. It's definitely going to be pretty lax on the busy scale, I guess. Merchants will be leaving soon. I know I already traded with them, so we all good. Let's hope that this dwarf can actually get to combat training. Although here's the thing. If this dwarf does tantrum, this dwarf's just dead. And there's like no middle bit there. Time for you to go back to watching Day 7. Cheers. And thanks for swinging by. And thanks for subscribing to the stream for the whole 3 months. I hope that you enjoy catching up through the backlog. Theoretically, it is mathematically possible for you to catch up to the current day via the backlog, but my God, it would take you a while. And my God, you'd have to watch a lot. So, good luck. Chat, I think that Tepa deserves a round of beers for even attempting that. See, this is what will help this dwarf. Even attempting that deserves like a... It's a monumental task indeed. It's almost time for me to go get my my cold brew because I'm almost out of tea. I'm almost out of tea. Oh, also, and because you're subscribed on Twitch, you have my full permission to ad block the entirety of the YouTube channel. Did I just resize the window? I super duper did. Hold up. I don't think I'm cutting anything off. Should be fine. So something else that I need to do, chat, and this is kind of up to you. I mentioned earlier that I have an interview with Epion, the developer of Jupiter Hell, which I've recorded. For that actual video, I need footage of Doom the Roguelike and Aliens the Roguelike, which I've installed both of and set both of them up. Is that something you guys want to see me just stream this week? I'm about to snap. Oh, that's not good. Hang in there, you dwarf. Because I think I might do that in the evenings this week just to get footage, because I need footage of those games. Especially Doom RL. Doom RL is fun. Aliens RL is extremely... I think I might like Aliens RL more in hindsight. Like, Doom RL is cool, but, like, Aliens RL has such cool sound. Like, that game is atmospheric as hell. I think I might do Aliens RL tonight, actually, as an evening game. But plan is, I mean, what year is it right now? We are in the year 171 mid-spring. I do want to continue working on the big tower, and I'm trying to rehabilitate poor touch streak. So this big tower up here is I want to get some more layers onto the top of this. So that's kind of the main plan for today. People are storing a lot of things in stockpiles. Oh, trader stuffs. Gotcha. Good stuff, dwarves. So I'm going to try and babysit this poor dwarf, who got extremely upset all at once. But training in the military should fix this dwarf. So, so yeah, hopefully the, you know, what's the word I'm looking for? Hopefully the end result of the interview is good. I'm very nervous about the video that I'm working on. Like, to give you guys an idea, hold on. I took a screenshot of this earlier and sent it to a friend, but I can show you what it looks like currently. I've done more editing since I took this screenshot, but this is what it currently looks like. That's how much I've done editing the audio. Just the audio. Not even, like, I haven't even started on footage yet. That's how much audio I've edited. There's so much there. It's gonna take a while. It's maybe my most ambitious editing project ever. I think I'm editing a full-length movie, quite literally. Like, it's an hour 40 right now on the timeline. So I'll probably also put up just the uncut raw audio for patrons if anybody wants to listen to that around the same time. Also, over on the Patreon is the current game poll. So if you want to vote on a new game for us to check out this month, there is a selection for you to vote on the Patreon. It costs $1 to get into that tier. $1. Yeah, the games that you could vote on are Dungeon Man's, Golden Crone Hotel, and Cogmind. You guys can vote on whatever you want. Utterly harrowed by the nightmare that is his tragic life. Come on, hang in there, dwarf. Yeah, they're all solid choices. I mean, usually what I do is, like, I take the lowest voted one off for the next month, and then I have a little system. I got a bunch of games that are gonna keep getting put on those lists until people vote for them. So yeah, this is kind of the immediate work, is figuring out what this dwarf wants. I mean, what are your favorite materials? Bronze and crystal glass. Do I have bronze? If so, how much bronze do I have? Should have bronze. I got a lot of bronze. Touch Shriek, where's your bedroom? It's one of these. That's your bedroom. All right. Bronze chest. Let's make 2 bronze chests and bronze cabinet. 2. Also, this is your bedroom area down here. What if I assigned this to you? Have I heard about Loop Hero? I already have it, actually. I plan to stream it. I think it releases on the 3rd. I could, in theory, make YouTube videos of it up to a certain level, but I'm not really into that, like, preview stuff. So I'm just waiting for it to release. I will... Hold on, what day does that come out? Then I can tell you when I'll play it. Okay, it's out on the 4th, which is this Thursday. So yeah, I'll do it this in the evening on Thursday. We'll try that. I don't know if it's entirely my thing. I like the look of it. The shtick of it seems kind of neat. But like, you know, I'm going to remove the coffer and the cabinet from Touch Shriek's bedroom, and I'm going to replace them with much nicer ones. So we're giving Touch Shriek materials that he likes. He likes bronze. Yeah, I haven't tried the demo. But what I have heard is I've heard the pitch. I haven't played it yet. I should, like, disclosure there. I do have it, but I haven't played it yet. I do have it, but I haven't played it yet. I like how the happiest moment in this dwarf's day right now is remembering being a child and playing with a toy axe. I mean, pick what you want to vote for. Vote for what you want to vote for, Aqua. I think you can vote. If you can vote for 2, feel free to vote for 2. Man, that's sad. Although it's nice that at the very least this dwarf is remembering doing something happy. All right. Touch Shriek. All right. So you... Did I not? Okay, maybe they're hauling it to a location. But yeah, vote for what you would like to vote for, man. Like, that's kind of all that really matters. You're part of the Eternal Hammer, correct? Yes, you're part of the Eternal Hammer. So I'm actually going to take the Eternal Guard off of training. We'll just leave the Eternal Hammer training, which is like the new guard, basically. And it's Trees, who's 14 years old, and Touch Shriek. We're both younger dwarves in this fort. In your little robot way more than you do with characters in other roguelikes. I think the game that I get the most invested in my characters in is probably Caves of Cud. But yeah, I don't know. I don't particularly get super invested in characters in roguelikes because I know that they all eventually die. Although the only roguelike that actually gets like my heart fucking going is Jupiter Hell. Like towards the end of a Jupiter Hell run, like I will literally be freaking the fuck out internally almost every run, kind of without fail. And that's a lot of fun. Did you not make those cabinets? They must not have. Mayor wants me to make crossbows. So iron crossbow, 2. Something else I should do, because this was mentioned to me the other day, is I should make a hunter's guild. Because apparently just having a hunter's guild trains your dwarves in archery / crossbowing. So I'm going to make a hunter's guild back here. I never even thought of that, but I'm going to make an archery range / hunter's guild. Just because, you know, my mayor keeps on demanding I make crossbows, so might as well. So this will be the Hunter's Guild over here. We can put gem windows in it so that they can watch the Mark's dwarves practice. Put doors there, doors there. Just let that be as is. That'll work. Yeah, no, I've got a few games on my, like, I really need to play this list. Another one that I really want to try is Shadow of Worm. Just because that thing looks super fucking cool. But there's too many roguelikes, and they all want to be the forever game. They all want to be the game that you just play forever. I mean, at some point, I need to, like, buckle up and go back and actually finish playing Hack. Because, like, I played Hack once for like 2 hours and loved it, and then never went back to it. So I need to actually go back and play Hack again. H-A-Q-U-E, Hack. And that's difficult to actually, you know, get done, right? Pleasure remembering a fine restraint. Felt satisfied after learning about dodging. Hang in there, Dwarf. Do you guys think that we can recover touch streak, or do you guys think touch streak's gonna die today? Because I think it's like one of the two. The Dwarf's only tantrumed once and didn't do anything bad during the tantrum. So, fingers crossed you don't suicide off the wall soon. $50-50. Coin toss, man. Coin toss. Flip a coin. Flip a coin for it, you know? You know what I'm saying? You know, it's kind of a sideways benefit to me for streaming adventure mode a couple days a week, chat. You want to know what the side-loaded benefit is? So I get more shit to upload to YouTube. Also, just massive thank you to those of you who watch the stuff on YouTube. Because YouTube is like the thing that I really want to work heavily on. Like, I don't know. This is just something that I was thinking about last night while I was working on the interview I did with Epion. And that's... I would love to see a world where... And some of you might be sad about this, but I personally would love to see a world where I could just stream about 5 days a week and spend one, it is late spring, so we have some time before first shipments. I would love to be able to live in a world where I stream a few days a week, like maybe 4 or 5 days a week, and the rest of the time work on interviews and documentary-ish style content. I would love to be able to do that. I don't see that being financially viable, and I feel like a lot of you guys would be sad if I suddenly streamed a lot less. The bottom of the screen is cut off, is it? No, I don't think it is. Oh, slightly. Yes, it is. I accidentally resized the window ever so slightly. So here. There we go. I think that fixed it. Yeah, when I was tabbing in and out when I was playing adventure mode, I accidentally resized things slightly. But I don't know. I've always kind of loved interviewing people. And I'm really remembering how much I liked doing that. Thanks for pointing that out, Stone. Got that fixed. But I don't know what you guys think of that as like a potential end goal for me as a creator. but that's something that I was thinking about recently because it's, I don't know. I guess it depends on how well the interviews do and how much people gravitate towards them and how much people want them, you know? It's like off 3 picks to the right. Here, I want to fix it. It's not a, it's fine. It's a, I would like to fix it. Because I did resize the screen a little bit by mistake when I was playing adventure mode. No lag on the full moon. Oh, that's interesting. That looks better. Does that look better? Thanks. Oh no. Although Touch Shriek tantrumed. There you go. But, you know, all of the interview content and stuff that I'm able to do is purely because the YouTube channel is getting revenue and because you guys support me on Patreon. Like, if it wasn't for that, like, I wouldn't have the option to be able to dedicate any time to the YouTube channel. It's literally just because the YouTube channel and people are funding the Patreon. I'm able to take the time out of my day to stream a little bit less and dedicate time towards more streaming or other things outside of streaming content. As much as I love streaming, because I really do, it's really neat to be able to try new things. All right. What the heck happened to those bronze? Hold on. Bronze cabinet. 2. Bronze chest. 2. Thought I made those for you. Okay, well the chests got made. So there's that. We're just waiting on the cabinets now. Someone should make this dwarf clean up his room. Like, look at how full of clothing it is. One thing I was able to do over my day offs, my 2 days off in the past 3 days, is I was able to fully restock my fridge. I now have a lot of potatoes. In my experience, asking people for feedback generally gets the response of, do what make you happy. So I will do what make me happy. And if you guys keep funding it, I will keep doing it. If people stop funding it, I will do something slightly different so that people keep funding it. Because that's how living as a creator works. Like, you can ask people for feedback, and, you know, things like asking people on the Patreon to select one game that I try out for the next month, like, that works. I don't know. I'm just trying to start conversation. That's all I'm trying to do right now, is just keep the chat room talking. And this is what's in my brain. So I speak about what's in my brain. Did you like your new chests? Euphoric due to inebriation, pleasure remembering a fine door. Didn't feel anything after a lack of abstract thinking. Bastet, you need to take care of your child here. He's like all whiny and sad. But he committed a crime, so he's still going to prison. I think. We'll see what he gets. Oh, he's getting a beating. In my experience, the officer isn't that strong, so it shouldn't be too rough. How did I like the adventure? It was fun, I think. Chat, how did we like the adventure? It was chill. We didn't do much. We just kind of ran around in some of the hillixes around the day fort from Saturday. And I think that's what I'll do. I'm just going to go exploring that world a little bit. The day fort's world. Just a little bit. It's fixing my hair. Bothering me. Crypt beer is your response to the adventure? Here's the thing, right? I'm not gonna let the chat ask for extra interviews because I can only interview. Ugh, that looked painful. Hopefully there's a doctor. Ooh, never mind. Touch Streak's dead. That's kind of a bummer, but also I kind of don't mind. Kind of don't mind. Rest in peace, Touch Streak. Poor Dwarf. Here's the thing. It's not that. I wish it was that easy, Danks. I genuinely do. You know, I've been doing this for a long time. If you ask people if they want more of something, the answer is always yes. Doesn't matter what it is. Doesn't matter what it is. It's actually like upsettingly complicated to get good feedback from an audience. Like, you can generally ask people for a response, but I guarantee you the response will always either be do what you want or yes. That's my audience. So what is actually helpful is, instead of you telling me to simply poll my audience, which I don't really want to do, is talking about it. What do you watch me for? Why are you here right now, Danks? That's actually useful information to me, right? Like, what do you enjoy about my stream? What is the portion of what I create that you find enjoyable? Why are you watching me? There's millions of people streaming on Twitch every month. Why are you watching me? That's what's actually interesting and useful information. Telling me to go tell my Patreon supporters to ask them if they want extra interviews. It's not that simple. Unfortunately, it isn't. I need to get interviews, I need to know the person. I need to know enough about the game that they're making to be able to interview them. I need to be educated in the subject that I'm interviewing them. It's quite difficult to actually do that kind of stuff. Right now, for me to do 2 or 3 interviews a month, more a year, or not even a year, but like, to give you an idea, in order to know enough about Jupiter Hell to be able to do that hour and 40-minute long interview that I'm editing, I've played Doom the Roguelike. I've played Aliens the Roguelike. I've put 210 hours into Jupiter Hell, and I've followed the game since the Kickstarter. So it's difficult for me to just pop one out. And not that many developers are as personable and easy to talk to as Hugh Millward from Warsim. I mean, like, I used to work on another YouTube channel where we very much, like, cranked out the interviews. Which touch streak is this? Light test. And so we definitely crunched those out. And they weren't good. We did a lot of them, but they weren't good. And I don't want to do that. So I'm not going to do interviews for the sake of interviews. So just asking if people want more is kind of a difficult thing to request, to ask, I guess. Like I said, I wish it was that simple. That was more just me thinking. But, like, I can ask people if they want more of a thing, but, like, it's really hard to explain without just sounding like a stuck-up ass. But, like, people who watch things are very fickle. People who watch things are very fickle. They say they want one thing, but actually want something else. And they will frequently need more iron crossbows. Frequently be less than helpful. But every now and again, there are small ways where audience input can be very helpful. Like, out of these 3 games, which is the one you'd prefer I pick this month? And that's all that the Patreon polls are, is it's just, out of these 3 games, which is the one you'd like me to pick up and play a bunch of this month? that want abstract thinking and martial experience? Well, you could schedule training in a squad would be a way to balance that. And then when they're not in a squad, have them set to be a scholar. Have them train a couple seasons, take a break a couple seasons, train a couple seasons, take a break a couple seasons, train a couple seasons, take a break a couple seasons. That sounded like a weird beat. My name is Zaki, on behalf of the Merchants Guild. Let me extend my greetings to your people. There is, of course, much to discuss. The world is the same as ever, but what requests do you have of our merchants? The normal shipments of wood, please. We have finalized the import agreement. Let's discuss what we're willing to offer you for your Grand Crafts Dwarf ship. On behalf of the Merchants Guild, let me bid farewell to you and your stout dwarves. Have the actual wagons arrived yet? Oh, yes, they have. There we go. Human caravan from Passer Ul has arrived. None from New Lanabo, though. Looks like they're here and ready. We shall bring stuff for us to trade. I mean, you don't really need to be familiar with the military screen. Like, I never actually schedule my squads, but what I do is I'll make a squad, and I'll let them train for a couple seasons and take them off. And if they do really want that type of rest, I guess, then they will quite literally just, like if you assign them to a scholar and also assign them to a military position, they'll just go be a scholar when the military isn't running. So just turn off their training every so often so that they can go be a scholar for a bit. I mean, my mayor right now is a scholar during the day and is also in my main military squad because he needs it to stay sane. Why do I have so many large copper boots? What the fuck? I actually don't know where all that stuff came from. Also, Stone, I only just saw that line, but you gotten too real there. And here come the other human trade caravan. I should check if I have any crafts I could sell. Not really. I do have lots of scepters. I'm going to sell all my instruments. I got a ton of random instruments I'm not using. The only ones I actually care for are the ones that are constructed. Yeah, loading up the next dialogue box. I'm really, like I said, I'm really curious to see how all of that stuff is handled in the Steam version. Very curious to see how all that stuff is handled in the Steam version. Yeah, I have a feeling it will. But, you know, at the same time, it's hard to say, and who knows, really. But then again, you know, like, most of my problems with adventure mode are related to I wish that this was easier to do. I wish that this thing was easier to do. I wish this was easier to access. Like, I'm very much anticipating what adventure mode will look like with the new UI. And keybinds and all that. What's crack-a-lackin'? I finally recorded that thing that you wanted me to do ages ago that my internet went out for and I wasn't able to do the first time and I felt really bad about. That was a very roundabout way of saying that I recorded a TF Roundtable. How's Pablo Rasta? But yeah, I think kind of going forward, if opportunities present themselves for me to be able to pull off good quality interviews about interesting games that myself and the stream are interested in, I will take them. But until then, yeah, I mean, yeah, there's a lot of very questionable things, Cryax. Design direction, well, player direction wise in adventure mode. There's a lot of very questionable things. Very questionable things. Like things that are more annoying than they are worth. Take the black bronze, the gold, black bronze, gold. I'm gonna need to sell them more things to be able to take all of this. That's fine though. I kind of would like to mess around making my own instruments. Because making an instrument is like a weird puzzle in BF. Ba-da-bum, ba-da-bum, ba-da-dum. Well, I mean, one of my dreams when it comes to creating stuff is I want to be able to create things that people go back to rewatch and care about. And I always come back to this because I will never forget a friend of mine who is a YouTuber said this once, and he basically stated that he hated the fact that he was a Let's Play YouTuber. A pretty successful one at that. Like, he was making a full-time living at it at the time. I'm not sure if he is now, but he was pretty successful at it. And I remember him stating that he hated it. And I asked him why. And it always confused me, his answer. And he said, because he feels like everything he creates doesn't matter. And I always kind of go back to that and think, okay, well, why doesn't it matter? To him, he creates a video, 5,000 people watch it. Then he makes another video, 5,000 people watch it. And then the next day happens, and he does that again. 10,000 people or 5,000 people watch it, and 5,000 people watch it. And he does that, and he did that every day. And he says that within 5 days, people have forgotten about all of the stuff he's made. And over the years, he's made thousands of hours of entertainment for people, but people don't remember it. And he says that the fact that there isn't anybody going back and watching the old stuff, it doesn't matter. So this was a couple of years ago, and I don't agree with that because I think that by creating something that entertains somebody, you're impacting their life, and that does matter. It unquestionably does. Like, there is certainly there was a YouTuber that I watched a very long time ago, and I think you could probably find his videos still. Hold on, let me actually look it up to see if you can find his videos still. But he was called the Antisocial Fat Man. Yeah, 115 videos uploaded. This was the YouTube channel. This channel right here, the Antisocial Fat Man, hasn't uploaded in 9 years because he passed away. But these are some of my favorite videos I've ever watched, and they were some of the first like gaming videos that I watched, and I watched everything that this guy did. I watched his Half-Life review, his Opposing Force review, his Fear 2 review, his Mirror's Edge review, Prince of Persia. I remember all of these videos when they were coming out like 12, 13 years ago. I remember watching this Sins of a Solar Empire review. Like, man, I remember this shit. I remember all of these. Like, I remember when the Crysis review came out and being super excited that he was reviewing Crysis. So like, I watched a ton of that channel back in the day. I'll link it if anybody wants it. And so, do people go out of their way to go watch that YouTuber's videos now? No, but I still think about those videos from time to time. I still go back and watch some of them from time to time. It's a double-edged sword. True. One true being. Absolutely. But the number of distractions I've had over the years that I value so much in my day-to-day. Like, I can't count the number of distractions that I value. I straight up can't. You know, like the podcasts I listen to every day could be considered a distraction. But it's a distraction that has value because it makes getting through my day better. And sometimes people don't want to be productive, and they're not going to be productive whether or not they have that distraction. I think part of the problem though is like, ooh, you need to be taken out of the military. Just go be a dwarf. I thought that you would really enjoy that task, but we're going to give you time as a scholar. Give you a break. You're not enjoying this anymore. You rarely go back and rewatch a video. Doesn't mean you don't remember or value what you've seen. Yeah, totally. Absolutely. So I don't know. I guess that's just kind of my main goals as a creator are to not try and avoid falling into the trap of just helping people's doom scroll, right? Like, it's part of the reason I've stopped being on Twitter, more or less, is I don't really want, like, I've had a lot of problems with social media in the last 3 years. Investments are finished, so you have to wait another 45 minutes to do that. Thanks. Sorry about that. So for me personally, having had a lot of trouble with social media in the past years, are you okay there, Dwarf? Are you actually hauling stuff, or are you bugging out? You are bugging out, I think. He's trying to pick that up off of his bed. How about if I forbid it? What actually if I dump these? There you go. But yeah, if I we have larger societal problems if we need regular distraction. I mean, oh yeah, for sure, for sure. I think it's kind of part of, I think, being a content creator, or an entertainer, or somebody who entertains people. I think there's definitely like some ethics that come along with that. And I think that as a creator, it is my job to both entertain, or I have a couple main jobs. Entertain, make people feel welcome, but also don't make people feel like they need to be here all the time. And that's something that I very much disagree with a lot of creators on. There's a lot of creators who are just like, you watch me, you always here, you never leave, because I need you here all the time. And that's what a lot of like bigger people will tell you, which is a way to success. But I genuinely believe that that's unhealthy. You shouldn't be watching me all the time, right? It's awesome when people do, but even if you're here the entirety of my stream, I do hope that you go out and do other things. I hope that you have hobbies. I hope that you have family and friends. And if you don't, I can be there. But I would like to see people do more than just watch me all day, if that makes sense. Yeah, I don't know. It's a weird conundrum. And I remember I was talking with a friend of mine a little while ago on a voice call where I was just like, I don't want to be part of people's doom scroll. I don't want to be part of that problem. And my friend's saying, well, you're just doing what you got to do to make a buck, and there's nothing wrong with that. And I'm like, well, depends on how you're trying to make said buck. If I go out into the street and beat you up and take your wallet, I'm just doing it to make a buck, but that's still not right, right? Like, I mean, something that I really hate, that I wish Twitch wouldn't fucking do, Tele, is Twitch will send, I think they do this by default. You can disable it, though. Twitch will send you an email when your sub runs out, whether or not it's a gift or something that you've paid for. And it makes me feel like shit every time I see it. Every time it's like, or the notification pops up, your sub is expired. It's like, sad face. It's like, no, don't fucking say that. I can't afford to subscribe to everybody I want to. I wish I could. Meditate on speech. Ooh. But the instinct is still there? I mean, I don't know enough about that type of human instinct to really comment, but you're probably onto something there, Lichlord. You're probably onto something. But, you know, I do want you guys to take care of yourselves primarily. Like then and if me existing here and broadcasting can help your day be better, that's awesome. Obviously, every time I stream, I probably make a couple people's days worse. But if you think about it, kind of like the interview I did with Tarn recently, every single comment on that video is positive, except for 2 people who said, this audio is atrocious and makes it unlistenable. Everybody else said it was great. And you know what? I agree. The audio kind of sucks. But like it's hard to work with Tarn on his audio, and it's as good as it is, and it's what I have to work with. I'm working with Discord audio over here. So like there's only so much I can do. Unless I get him to record a local recording, and I don't want to ask him to do more than he already does for me. So just making sure that this dwarf gets onto a more positive mental trajectory, because that's not good. I mean, I'll say this. My brain is a problem. Straight up. Like, my mind is my worst enemy. And if I'm left alone with my mind for hours, I go crazy. I can't be alone in my brain. My brain will hurt me or make me hurt me if I am alone in my brain. So when I'm not streaming, I'm listening to podcasts, I'm in a Discord call with somebody, or I have a YouTube video up, or I have a stream up, or I'm listening to my records, because I can't be alone in my brain. I need something. But that's just how my brain works. My brain is scary. And I know I'm definitely not alone there. There's a lot of people who have scary brains. Whether that's our society, people in general, or how we've evolved, I'm not sure. But my brain is scary. I don't know what that means. I've had people describe smooth brain as dumb. I've seen people describe smooth brain as calm and chill. I've had people describe smooth brain as a way of like saying that they have autism. I don't know what it means, so it makes me uneasy to say it. I mean, I deleted my Facebook a year ago, so although I hadn't used it since 2016, I would say actively. I stopped using Facebook around the time I cut my job down to almost nothing. Oh, speaking of dumb social media sites, did y'all hear about Twitter? Refers to the lack of folds in the brain, which is attributed to complexity and thought and awareness. Huh. Okay. The more you know. But yeah, Twitter announced something really dumb. Twitter's adding super followers, so you can be a super stalker. Basically, Twitter's saying, "Hey, OnlyFans, we want your money." You can tweet to just your super followers. Fuck that shit. Everybody else just wants pieces of creators' pies, you know what I'm saying? Rip OnlyFans. Everyone's just going to post directly to Twitter. It's going to be great, like looking at Twitter and just seeing nothing but, you need to be a super follower to see this tweet. Cool. Excellent. Can't wait to hear streamers say things like, yeah, but you need to be a super follower. God, I hate that. It's so bad. It's the actual worst thing. I learned about that yesterday when I logged into Twitter and I saw RIP Twitter was trending. I was like, what happened to Twitter now? I logged into Twitter because I wanted to schedule a post for a thing. And then I was like, what? Okay. That's interesting. And actually, I would argue that I personally find Instagram to be scarier than Facebook proper. I realize they're the same company, but I find the way Instagram operates to be significantly worse to the human psyche than Facebook, personally. Facebook is just depressing and hard to look at. Ferocity after being attacked. Remembers feeling ferocity. You like zinc and yellow zircon. What if I give you... Don't I have yellow zircons? Thought I did. Don't have that, but there's a lot of weasels up there. I don't know if you see all those flashing W's, chat, but those are all weasels. Hey, Goldpoke, how are we doing? Hi, Distracted. Well, no, that's not the proper dad joke. I mean, sometimes you just get distracted, right? That's part of life. It's part of the fun of life. Where'd I get the weasels from? I got them from the outside. I have a bunch of traps set up around the edge of the fort, which I originally set to try and catch invaders. But weasels get caught in them. And then, no tributes? Nope. Late summer. Almost at fall. We have to hit fall first. But I don't know. I guess like that's just like an opportunity for you guys to get a little bit of a entrance into the thought space that is my brain while I'm streaming and while I'm creating stuff. Perhaps the things that I worry about are completely irrelevant and silly to worry about, but it's, I guess, one of the reasons why I respect the hell out of creators who put out like a 1 hour video once a month. I respect that so much. And I kind of wish I was in that position to do that, but it's not really the market that I'm in currently. I would also like to do that. I'll put it that way. The thought space is part of why you enjoy these streams, though. Yeah. The deep thoughts. The big thunks. What? There we go. Let's get blue windows in here. Thick chunk thunk. Userune, I have one response to that. Do you don't want to have the big thinks? I don't know. Although, this is actually my favorite combo with that emote. Not right now, anyways. Are you through the morning shift yet, or are you still in the morning shift? Cyrulak, how are you? We returned to one of my fortresses to my fortress from Saturday and said hello to your dwarf. He was rude to us and told us and was very impatient with us. But then we told a joke and he got madder at us. Then we told another joke and it calmed him down and he got less mad at us and then we left. 40 minutes to go. Fuck yeah, man. Any evening plans? Aside from the fact that I know that you want to play some records on Discord tonight. Which, if we're timely about that, and we start that up right as I'm ending, I can get you a notification. And if you're still going when I get back from my parents' house, I can take over. Potentially. How was my day off? I actually worked more on my day off than I did on a normal work day. So, good? Good? Question mark? So it feels like it's taking forever? And the stream isn't helping? Just play some more sim in the background. They won't notice. Come on. Doesn't sound like a day off. I'm really bad at taking days off, okay? I woke up at 8 a.m. I recorded a episode of the DF Roundtable podcast. Right after that, I had a brief meeting. Then I recorded for almost 2 hours about Jupiter Hell. Ended that call and then had another meeting, which went until 2. Then I went grocery shopping, which was nice. Got to go outside. I bought potatoes. I still need olive oil. That's the one thing I forgot to buy, which I feel kind of dumb about. But I got my coffee shipment of 4 kilograms of coffee. And what else did I do? Actually, you know what? We can make these out of much nicer materials. Let's make these out of silver. Then what else did I do after that? I then came home and I edited. Because I've got a lot of editing to do. Because I did all of that recording and I wanted to get some editing done while that was still fresh. So I edited from like 5 until 7 and then I made dinner and then I edited from about 8 until almost midnight. I mean, that's what it was. It was a day where I didn't stream, but worked just as much as I would on a normal stream day, if not more. I feel like this is the thing that I keep coming back to. The more stable I become financially, the better I am at taking time off. Like, I'm certainly working less than I was 4 years ago now. Definitely working less than I was in 2019. But I'm still not great at it. It runs in basically a command prompt window. So yeah, it runs in its own window, and you can tab out and tab back in really easily. You read a box of text, hit a button, press enter, hit 1 to 9. Or maybe like a 14 or something, press enter, and then you're done, basically. And then you can just go back to what you were doing. But if you have the opportunity to like tab over and read a bit of text every so often, you can play Warsim, no problem. It's easier to play Warsim and work than it is to play Dwarf Fortress and work. And Dwarf Fortress is a pretty easy game to play while working, once you're good at it. Rock crown. I think 100 rock crowns. We'll power through those real quick. And rock scepter. Here I am helping people play hooky from work. I'm such a good influence. Say silver, table, 10, silver, throne, 20. Yeah, I'm pretty sure you can. I know that, like, it's fully playable even if you are completely blind. Like, if you see nothing, you can play that game with a numpad. Work schmork. Working schmorkin'. You know what I mean? And trust me, no matter how fun your job is, there are still days that take forever. Today's been pretty good. I've got no complaints about today, but I've certainly had streams where it's like, man, I'm only 3 hours in. Well, that's the same for every job in existence, right? Like there is no perfect job where you never feel like you're working. It doesn't matter what you do. There will always be days where you're like, man, why am I working so much? Doesn't matter what you do. Your job could literally be petting puppies all day. And you'll still have days where you like think to yourself, what a wonderful world. I don't know where that came from, but sometimes you just got to think to yourself, what a wonderful world. This is going to be a guild hall. We're going to make this into a hunting hall. Because supposedly, this gives the dwarves marksman practice. Supposedly. So I'm told. There it is. A ranger hall. The tufted swamps. I can do a better job naming that, I think. All visitors welcome. Rename location. Let's call it the Cooperative Guild. Sure, that works. Yeah, Ranger Hall. And archery practice. Potentially. Certainly building one. Just, you know, more places for dwarves to hang out is a good thing. Dwarves like their hangout spots. Oh, would you look at that? The scholar Therese became the student of Black Hole. Are you related to Black Hole? No, you are not. So that's Dragon Man and Wave Thrash's son, who has taken Therese, who is the son of Bastet II and Hazard Jeff, on. Well, would you look at that? I think this dwarf is off to a good start. By Master Apprentice? No, I thought that they might be cousins, but no, they aren't. Autumn has come. Stone, it's that time. Ugh. Your neighbor has a job at an animal shelter to brush dogs all day. I don't know anybody who has that job specifically, Sarlacc, but there was somebody who used to watch this stream who worked at, I think it was PetSmart, who worked in the doggy daycare. And their job title was doggy referee. And all that they did was they sat in the doggy daycare section for all the dogs that either were in daycare or going to get groomed, and he had to keep them from fighting. It's a full-time job. Just hang out with a bunch of dogs and keep them all chill. Also, the human traders have arrived. Stone it is that time. Here they come. Which to me sounds like an absolute living hell, by the way. Having to keep an army of dogs from fighting sounds like hell. But he would come in and just post these pictures of like the cutest dogs just being cute. Or like sleeping in funny places and stuff. And he always, and clearly loved his job because did it for a couple of years, the couple of years that he watched me. Would always go on about how much he loved his job. So, you know, if it works for you. Tribute report for the year 171 of the Council of Men. Let me know when you want me to scroll down. Oh, fuck horses. Horses are terrifying. Horses are one of the scariest creatures in the world to me. I don't understand how people feel even remotely safe being like within 100 meters of a horse. I'm okay with horses as long as they are far away. And they brought a boar and a peacock? Damn. I actually need a boar. That's good. She moved to a barn and lives taking care of horses and teaching girls to ride. Well, good stuff. I mean, sometimes that's what you could do. That's sometimes what you got to do. I have no idea what my two exes are doing because one of them I had on Facebook. No idea what she's up to now. Probably just living with her husband as of last time I checked in. And I have no idea what my ex is doing. Frankly, I don't care. We got a free cock. Yay! Who doesn't like a good pile of free cock? It's great when they bring like 3 chickens and you can be like, hey, they brought us they brought a bunch of cocks. Bunch of roosters. Yup. Bunch of goddamn roosters. And this human is carrying a cage. Betting it's a cage and an animal. Oh no, it's just a cage. Well, at least that one's real easy for you, Stone. 1 tin cage from the group of Soaring. They brought a tin cage. With nothing in it. Yeah, I needed that 1 grain of sand. You gotta remember, it's 1 unit of sand. You know, it's like somebody bringing you like a kilo of sand. Sounds like there's somebody on my porch. Hold on a second. I'll be right back. You see, the sand doesn't disturb me, but what does disturb me is here's a barrel of chicken blood, because that's something I needed. Anyway, so update. There wasn't anybody on my porch, but there definitely was somebody right next to the door right there, because like the door to my building is like right behind this wall basically, or one of the side doors. There's like 8 side doors, and there's a plug in there, and there was somebody camping there and plugging their phone in to charge it, and someone was asking them to move along, so that's why I was hearing shouting outside. I was like, what the fuck's happening? Lady wasn't entirely thrilled from what I could tell. Diamond Destruct wants to argue. I think you need to join the debating squad, Dwarf. I think it's time to give the dwarves a bit of a break, actually. Wouldn't that be great, right? Like, I don't know. I don't even want to feed vampires. I just want to use barrels of blood as a cooking ingredient. Like, just let us make blood biscuits. Why not? Like, I'm sure dwarves would make a blood roast. Cooked with finely minced yak blood. And finely minced dwarven rum. And finely minced artichokes. You know, I don't know what's better though, Userin, right? Like I definitely could, but I don't know what's better. That dwarf needs Twitter. Nobody needs Twitter. Don't wish such a curse on that dwarf. That dwarf would immediately tantrum spiral if you gave him Twitter. Although, I would, however, pay $1 to see somebody make a fake Twitter for dwarves using only lines from Dwarf Fortress. But it's just like a fake Twitter that moves, that just, like, man, I want to say something like this. Let me see if I can find it. Hold up. Something like this. This is a friend of mine's website, twitchchat.com. It's fake Twitch chat with just generated old memes. This is what Twitch chat used to look like, friends. So something like twitchchat.com, but like dwarf Twitter. I would definitely look at that and giggle for 30 seconds. You're born today, which makes him very young indeed. Why are you on Twitter? You want culturally generated recipes in a food rework? Ooh, that would be cool. Take lines from legends? Oh, fuck yeah, you could. You could literally like generate a world and just like, dwarfs the ground. Yeah, you know, I would be okay with that. It's just like a blacksmith / cheesemaker Instagram. I'd be down. I'd be down. I mean, I was talking with, I can't remember who said it, but the other day, the dwarves have arrived to trade, by the way. When the statue announcement came out, I really, really hope that I'll be able to load this save up in the Steam version of Dwarf Fortress and make it work, because I want to know what this room looks like with all of these statues. Desperately. Desperately. And like, I know they won't have this much context, but this is the best piece of artwork I've ever seen in Dwarf Fort. On the item, engraved on the wall is an exceptionally designed image of a horse by Eternal. The horse is falling. The artwork relates to the collision of a horse with an obstacle in the mid-autumn of the year 31. Whoa, Lord Floof. Restless after being able to wander for too long. Restless after being able to practice martial art. Well, you want to practice martial art, so I'm going to put you in the Eternal Hammer. And get the Eternal Hammer trading again. There you go. It's so good. With that bot that plays adventure mode in towns. I mean, you could do that. Called the Scandalous Crack. Sounds like fun. Enjoy conquering the Scandalous Crack. There is much to share. We've updated your maps. What requests do you have of our merchants? All of the wood, please. Thank you, dwarves. I look forward to our meeting next year. Our fortunes will rise and fall together. Here come all the crowns, all of those beautiful crowns. Man, some of the cloth I have is starting to degrade. Nothing will ever be funnier to me, though, than Dung's Depths, the Naughty Hole. It was the best name of a cave that I ever found. And they had a market in the cave called Dung's Depths, the Naughty Hole, called Duber. And it was populated by kobolds and had, like, the vast majority of the world's artifacts. Oh, shit! Never mind. I hit the wrong button. I thought my mountain home wasn't at war with them for a second. I was like, what is this map? Oh, no, I hit the wrong button. I hit M instead of N. Interrupted by emu. Well, you should get better at hunting instead of getting interrupted by an emu. But, you know, the other day, it was Saturday, where chat, like, bothered me to do more adventure mode, and we've now done adventure mode. 100% more adventure mode than I've done this year. I'll bet you I could go on more adventures than I go outside. I've definitely spent more hours streaming than I've spent outside this year. That's for sure. Also, if you haven't yet, if you support the Patreon, you can vote on a game that you would like on the March game poll, which the voting will be open until the 5th. At which point I'll just pick whichever one's in first. The options for the votes are Golden Crone Hotel, Cogmind, and Dungeon Mans. 3 games I have not played enough of. But yeah, I feel like I'm finally at a point now where I can actually play Cogmind, because I looked into all of the fonts that they've added, because back when I played Cogmind the first time, there was no other fonts. It was just the default font, and there was no color adjustments. It was just the default color. Like, you had to mod the game's RAWs to get other fonts in there and stuff. Since then, he's added, like, a shit ton of fonts and stuff, so hopefully that'll be what I need. Getting all this stuff filled up. Let's just make clay jugs, because I've got a bunch of clay. I'm just going to make clay jugs until I run out of clay. Floof, how do you like this? Feel wonder remembering communing with your god. Felt free remembering wearing old clothing. Restless after being able to wander for too long. Felt good near a waterfall. We should all be so lucky to master his skill. Let's bring the main squad back in. Hey, Goffer. How we do? Enjoy the lurks, man. Also, been thinking about responding to this or not for a little while, user. I would argue that Twitch chat doesn't look like Twitch chat simulator these days because the memes are all different. Now it's all keck W's and Pepe's. Whereas back then it was raise your dongers and flip the tables and weird shaped triangles. At long letters. It was very different back then. It's okay, I've got a little donger. Plenty of good times with those dumb, shitty memes. Like we can't even play Brainpower anymore because Brainpower will issue you a DMCA takedown request, believe it or not. Which is a massive loss to everybody involved. I'm keeping you busy. Can I show this on stream, Pilot Guy? It's up to you if I can. I'll just... go over this bit. This is the part of the screen where I'm keeping Pilot Guy busy. I think that's pretty fair. That's pretty fair. Full screen for those of you, now that I have the confirmation. Work! And then me. But yeah, I would say that Warsim is probably one of the better, like, playing hooky games I've seen in a long time. Let's put you as a scholar now. Why don't you go be a scholar for a bit? I've got a couple like really stressed out dwarves that got really stressed out of nowhere, and it's kind of a matter of trying to fix them. Does it also have me and Warsim next to each other? It's part of why traditional roguelikes are so good too, because you can like place them in their own spot in like a small window. And they like you're not gonna lose much having them in a small window, and you can pretty easily keep track of everything. And you can ignore it for large periods of time and then check back. If anything, playing roguelikes like that will probably make you better at roguelikes because you won't try and play quickly. But thank you very much to everybody for hanging out today. Thanks for all the bits earlier, as well as the gifted subs today. Getting those leaderboards filled. Starting off the week right. Some days it's EVE Online, other days it's DF, other days it's some stupid idle game. Yeah. I mean, I'd also recommend fucking, if you haven't, I'll bet you Space Plan would be a pretty good work game. Because that's just an idle game. It's a damn fine one, too. I have too many fucking bags. Actually, hold on a second. Those be listed under tools. I'll bet you they are. Oh boy. Why do I have a bunch of mortars and pestles? Don't need any of that stuff. Gate Nerd! Welcome back for the 7th month.
Howdy.
Howdy indeed. How's things, man? Never read this. Wealth screen is white, and the total red is the ones in use. Oh, on the stocks? Yeah, the red ones are the ones that are being used. Which was surprising, but totally fine. I was gonna say, like, if that went the wrong way, I'm very sorry. I think I need more beekeepers. I think all my beekeepers have died. Currently, you're working on gem cutting. Although I got a few dwarves that are just discussing objects and properties. Danny. Let's get a couple beekeepers. Howdy, howdy. How is things? Clino. Chat, can I get a big proper round of beers for Gate Nerd, keeping that subscription alive for a 7th month and re-upping for another 6. Thank you. But yeah, you to those of you just tuning in, you missed a little bit of adventure mode. We did some adventure mode to start off the stream to change things up, because I've had enough people kind of pestering me to play some adventure mode that yeah, we're gonna play some adventure mode. We're gonna play some more adventure mode. Here and there. And the investments are open, although you actually need to type in invest 69 if you want to do that. Otherwise, it's not going to go very far. Oh no, my well is dry. Is it actually dry? It's not dry. But I guess It's time to get her up and running again. I'm actually kind of annoyed because this little... What's the word I'm looking for here? A dwarf destroyed my lever to open this thing and close this thing, which was up here. No access to mechanisms, really? So how are we doing today, Clino? Hope your week's been good. Oh, what's that? It's blue. What are you carrying? Clear glass essables. Must have been a gift. Let's get a couple more dwarves on beekeeping, because I feel like my bees have been neglected for the last 100 years. Your first act as king is to free slaves and declare a celebration of blind fortresses every 5 years and celebrate it by getting drunk. Sounds like a good celebration. Sounds like a celebration I could get behind as well. Chat, if you were suddenly king of Earth, I know that's a dumb question. What would your first decree as king be? Also, look at all those 69 wins. Good stuff, Governor. You and me both. Make spears 3 of 3. Good answer, man. Good answer. Speaking of, crossbows are not allowed to be exported. I'd make coffee free. Gem window in my office. I would make dwarves figure out how to make coffee. Clay, the sword master, has bestowed the name Ramors upon a steel shield. Clay is a good dwarf. I like that dwarf. A brick of clay from Twitch chat, but feels satisfied upon improving sword and felt gratitude after a sparring session. Within the last season was frustrated after a lack of abstract thinking for too long, but didn't feel anything after a lack of decent meals for too long. Is one of the older sons of Dragon Man and Wave Thrash. 31 years old, was born in this fortress. Weird dwarf gets weirdly moody until I let him just sit there and train, and then he gets very happy. Loves training. But the second I let him stop training, things get weird. Strange days. Mondays are sit through hours of meetings you don't really need to be at day. And with the pandemic and Skype meetings, it's perversely harder to skip out early. Fair enough. But I would assume easier to play Dwarf Fortress in the background, right? And do things that really matter. Like watch my streams. Got to get that important stuff done. Just had to lurk a little. You haven't missed anything. We're in late autumn. I mean, just see my Discord, for example, of Pilot Guy doing a very good job working over in the off-topic room. My stream and 2 games up on the stream at the same time. Frankly, I approve. Also, chat room, small celebration thing, but my YouTube channel hit 6,000 subscribers. The other day, which is cool. We're now at 6,010, but kind of a neat number. It's 6,000 last night while I was editing. Party time? I mean, with the amount of beer we drink in a stream, isn't it always party time? That or like dead on the floor with liver failure time? One of the two. And there's Lord Floof. See, now you want to practice martial art. Like, it's... this dwarf. Let's get you back into training. I mean, 6,000 people is not a city. 6,000 families is also not a city. That's a town. But it's, you know, a small town. Small town worth of people subscribe to my YouTube. I mean, the number that's actually kind of scary is my YouTube channel is going to hit 1 million views probably this month. Unless, like, something really weird happens, my YouTube channel will hit 1 million views this month. That's kind of scary. Yeah, currently at 956,462 views. Which is kind of nuts. It's big numbers. Felt affection interacting with a pet. Who's your pet? Oh. Lord Floof really likes sheep. I'm realizing that Lord Floof's name is very apt. Has 4 pet sheep. 4. Yeah, but I wouldn't call that a city. Even if they call themselves a city. Like, that's cute, calling themselves a city, but that's a very small city, dude. That is a really small city. Alrighty, Aqua. Thanks for the $2.50 earlier. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for chatting. Good luck with the family stuff. Hopefully it's easy. Easy to deal with. There you go. Already going down. Dwarves that need martial arts, man. I got into an argument with Smash T. I feel resentful. The dwarves have been arguing a lot recently, and I wonder why that is. Yeah, I mean, that's a town. I mean, I grew up in a town with 50,000 people, and it was definitely a town. It was definitely a town. It's time to slaughter some bulls. Should probably leave like one alive. Just to slow down the birth rate a little bit. Also, I have too many cows. I mean, see, I don't consider that a city. Even if, like, city is in the name, I still don't consider that a city. Doesn't matter if they call it a city. That's not a city. It's definitely just a town. No, I will take that away from them. That's a small town. Like, that's not even a city. That's nowhere near close to a city. Small town. Little small town. Little town in a quiet village. Every day like the one before. That's a fucking town, dude. I'm sure they would disagree with me, but as a Canadian, that's not a fucking city. Come on. Chad, how many people actually, you know, let's see what the internet says. To the Googs. How many people does it take to start a cult, make a city? Typical working definitions of a small city population start around 100,000 people. Common populations definitions for an urban area, city or town, range between 1,500 and 50,000 people. Okay, fair enough. What, Beauty and the Beast? Because I was humming Little Town as a Quiet Village every day like the one before. Darren, let's check in on your dwarf. How's your dwarf doing? You're 42 years old, Darren. You are dejected after being unable to pray to the future for too long. But you finished up some work, and that was satisfying. You dream of raising a family still. Not doing a very good job of that. Oh, I don't have a kiln? That's why there's no pottery getting done. I mean, Wikipedia was claiming 1,500 to 50,000 is a small city, supposedly. Although I would define that as a town, not as a city. Or like an urban suburb. and there are fewer people in your country. I mean, there's more people living in Los Angeles than there is in Canada, so you're not wrong. There's more people living in the urban area of Los Angeles, California, than there is in all of Canada. So, yeah, city size is weird. I don't know. For me, anything, but I don't know. Like the population of the UK is pretty big, so like a 1,500 person town is not unusual. Also, you're also fucking jam packed into such a tiny space. Like you're all a hop, skip, and a jump away from each other. So like everything in that entire country is like a urban area. So Shat, we need to talk. It's good to see you, by the way, but we need to talk. You're in trouble, or rather your dwarf is. I put your dwarf into the military by themselves because they were kind of whiny on Saturday, and sent you out to go steal an artifact spear, which seemed to be unguarded in a abandoned in an abandoned hillocks. You left and never came back. And then after about almost a year, I got a notification that said you'd become the Baroness of a hillocks that, from what I can tell, doesn't exist, or at least nobody lives there. What the fuck? You just fucked off, defected, and went and joined another faction and became a Baroness of a hillocks where nobody lives. Explain this. Pretty much, like Mayor of Turntown. Like, what the fuck, man? What the fuck? The absolute hell. Anything over 50,000 is a city. So, by the Wikipedia definition that I just read, a small town is 1,500 to 10,000. A town is 10,000 to 50,000. And a city is generally accepted to be somewhere between 50 to 100,000 people. That's what the Wikipedia article I was just reading on the Western definitions of city sizes. But, you know, it's Wikipedia, so you could go edit it right now if you want. I don't know. That's why I was asking for an opinion, because like that's pretty much what I agree with. Like when I think of cities and city sizes, that's what I think of. I don't think of anything bigger. But I don't know. Cities are also weird. No, that's totally true. We have tons of towns over here. Now, when you say BC, do you mean British Columbia, like where I live? There's a lot of small towns. I mean, like, the town that I grew up in, I would call it a town. I wouldn't call it a city. Was 50,000 people. And nobody who lives there calls it a city. But, like, it's called a city in the books. But everybody refers to it as a town living there. Boom, boom. Yeah, exactly. It's very arbitrary. I mean, if anything, it's like naming somebody Steve. It's like, oh, you're called a city? Okay, then it's a city. I mean, I mean, Finland has what, 2 million people in it? And their biggest city is like 200,000 people, which is like less than the suburb that I live in. So Monks make good beer. Yes, this is true. But Finland doesn't exist? Well, neither does, like, half the other countries by conspiracy theory standards. You'd be emperor and your subjects would be cats? I mean, isn't that just called being the manager of a McDonald's? Like, it's basically like a socially manipulated dictatorship. And you can be a dick and sell people taters. So you're truly a dictator. I'm going to pull this lever, see what happens. Not necessarily. I want to watch this log get launched. Aww. It didn't go up. I'm sad. I was hoping it would go wee, but it didn't. I am much disappointed. What's up, beers? How we doing? Good today. Well, that's good. We're just chilling. I'm playing Longdeath. Trying to fill in this a little bit so that it doesn't spill everywhere when I fill it. I have too many different kinds of blocks. No, we're people shit, not dog shit. Because that would make us have to be dogs to be dog shit. Chat, what's the difference between dog shit, horse shit, and chicken shit? And I don't mean literally. Like when people say it as part of a sentence, or rather when you say it as part of a sentence, why would you say dog shit over chicken shit? No, I don't mean chemically. I'm sure it's bullshit anyway. No, see, here's the thing. I agree, but like I was thinking about this the other night when I was maybe a little bit too baked, and I was just like, what is the difference between dog shit, horse shit, bullshit, and chicken shit? So wait, implying the other two are desirable? Chicken shit is insignificant, dog shit is disgusting, horse shit is unbelievable. I wonder, like, how we managed to pull that off as a species who speaks language. Like, just deciding that the poop of specific animals has specific meaning. You know, now that you mention it, chicken shit does smell pretty bad. They feed chicken shit to cows? Really? Wow. Well, you know, I've definitely cleaned up chicken shit before. I didn't think it was that bad, but it's all rubbish. Oh, I mean, that is true. Yes. It is all indeed bullshit. Eldaro Popo. Yeah, well. It's just one of those. Language is fascinating, I guess. Also, somewhat on the same subject, I highly recommend, if you have Netflix, watching The History of Swear Words, hosted by Nicolas Cage. It's pretty good. Unfortunately, they don't get into any of the real nasty words. They're pretty tame with it. It's just fuck, shit, dick, damn, and something else. I can't remember what the last one is. I haven't watched it yet. It's literally like the whole premise of the show is like an interesting deconstruction of language and also an excuse to make Nicolas Cage quote lines from his movies and swear a lot and look really mad and scream. It's kind of great. I guess that means yes, then, Stone? Because Userin asked if you have any good ones in your neighborhood. God, I'm fucking hungry. It's 2:30. Chat, I think I'm gonna go get food. You guys can watch this dwarf train. Anyway, I will be back in a moment. I wouldn't go anywhere too quick. With the whole Dominic, you realize that alien species wasn't that unique. I mean, yeah, well. Chat, can I get a round of beers? I'll be back in a minute. A couple of minutes, tops. I just gotta grab a sandwich and pour myself some cold brew. Beer B. Why is there so many weave thread into cloth cancellations? Huh. Let's just disable that for right now. Till they get through all of it. Hello, everybody. I'm back. I have a glass of cold brew, which is weaker than I wanted it to be. It's been a while since I made cold brew. It's the Bud Light of coffee. Sometimes I just want cold brew, man. It's pretty rare, but sometimes I'm just in the mood for it. And I think that depends on the beans, not the actual brew. If you make cold brew with good beans, then it's good. Live and drink, friend. How you doing, Asphalt Saints? Cheese, cucumber, hummus, and a little bit of avocado. And some greens. Have traps by your front door for when they try to leave. And store your artifacts in a place where your dwarves will see thieves, so they don't just disappear with them. So store your artifacts somewhere where your dwarves are staring at them at all times. Or taverns or barracks, doesn't matter. If I catch them, sure. If someone convicts a crime, if someone is convicted of a crime, it's best to make them pay for that crime so that other dwarves don't get upset that a crime was left unfinished. Dwarves will get upset if a crime is committed and then nobody does it. Yeah. Also, they get bad thoughts if you convict the wrong person. So, like, if you convict someone's dead pet dog instead of the actual dwarf that did the crime, dwarves will be like, I'm mad because my family member was wronged by this dwarf and the criminal didn't actually receive justice and stuff like that. They get upset when the wrong person is convicted. Dwarf Fortress is weird. Like, sometimes certain things will have, like, major effects, and then other things where you think they would have major effects just don't. A long dead corpse. I mean, yeah, they'll be upset by that. It changed so many personalities. Yeah, you probably wrecked your whole fort without even knowing it. Or at the very least, a couple dwarves' lives without knowing it. Oh, was it the actual thief? Oh, that sucks. I still would have convicted him. Still would have given him... Because damn it, of course he deserves it. You'd already killed him. Man. Well, you know, for next time, maybe it would have been better to just convict the accomplice if there was one. I actually don't know. I have never actually been in that exact situation myself. So I don't know how I personally would deal with that. That's a weird one. It's kind of neat, though. I will admit that. It is kind of neat. As unsolved. You think that's actually kind of a bug? It might be a bug. If you think you discover something that's a bug, report it. Like, I've discovered a bug in this fortress, which Stone has actually managed to replicate in his fort, which is if dwarves have a child and the parents both worship the same dwarf, the child worships, or if two dwarves have a child and both of the parents worship the same god, the child can worship the same god twice at different levels of worship. Which is definitely not supposed to be the way things are going. And definitely the way it works. So keep an eye on your babies in your forts. If you see them worshiping the same god twice, that's a bug. That's not supposed to happen that way. And screenshot it and report it. I mean, crisps and chips are both made of potatoes. But what you would think of as a crisp or chip, or a crisp for you is like a potato chip. Whereas a crisp over here is something completely different. I don't understand how this is a funny one, though. Maybe you think it's funny. I don't find it particularly funny. You're still buzzing from that one beer? Like I said, being a cheap drunk's not a bad thing. If you like being drunk. You mean is a potato? Because am potato is very incorrect English. Is a potato. I still don't see how it's funny. A joke requires a punchline. For something to be amusing, it requires something that's funny. But there's nothing funny here. It's just the UK calls French fries something wrong. Stone identifies himself as a potato. Fair enough. Or crisp. Who cares what we call things as long as they taste good? Realize I'm throwing out a bunch of leather with this and I don't really care. Just need to get rid of this garbage. I haven't had apple crisp in years, man. It's been so long. Because the apple crisp I normally get when I do get apple crisp is either at my parents' house, my mom's apple crisp, or from one of my favorite brew pubs. And I didn't go to that brew pub all of last year because of the pandemic. And my mom hasn't made apple crisp in I don't know how long. So it's been over a year since I've had apple crisp. Sheds a single tear. In theory, I could make it, but I probably wouldn't eat it even if I was offered it at this point, because I don't know how I would count it. Carb counts on that shit would be nuts. Do you not know what apple crisp is? It's basically like apple pie filling minus the pie part, plus like oatmeal and granola, basically. Dried apple are would be like dried apple slices or apple chips over here. Apple crisp is something different. It's a dessert. I read that as Stream Raiders the first two times I read that, and I was very perplexed. But is that a brand? Because I've literally never heard of that. But like, you know, we'll have chips that are not made of potato, but the vast majority of chips are made of potato, right? Like, you could buy banana chips, and they're called banana chips here. They're a popular brand that I've never heard of, so it's not relevant. But like, you're talking about it like you think that everything we call a chip is made of potato. The majority of them are. But like, you could buy apple chips, you could buy banana chips, you could buy computer chips, you can buy, you know, like we definitely have things that are called chips that are not made of potato, but the majority of them are. Paint chips. See, now you're stretching, man. Now you're stretching. I like that train of thought though. It's a good train of thought. So. I mean, I'm pretty sure I've eaten circuit boards in Caves of Cud before, and that's pretty much that, right? Right? But I don't know. I think that you're kind of incorrect in the assumption that everything that we call a chip is automatically made of potato. But if someone says chip, the first thing that comes to mind is a potato chip, followed by banana chips and other things like that, and computer chips. Actually, probably computer chip would come to mind before anything else, unless it's like in the context of food. Isn't that just like ice? A water chip? A chip of water? Chip off the old block, as they say. Let's eat that emu, or kill that emu. Poker chips. Yeah, that's another type of chip. I never play poker, so I never would have thought of that one. But yeah, poker chips. I can't remember the last time I played like a poker game. How's that dwarf doing? Trees, there you are. Yay! Wait, no, that's Anton. God damn it. Oh, sweet. So remember how this dwarf was depressed most of today? Well, we fixed them. Which means now I can get back to construction. Because there's no depressed dwarves in the fort. And construction in this fort is very taxing. It's a lot of walking. A lot of work. Takes a lot of time. So let's go spend a few long seasons after the spring is done arriving. Wonder if any dwarves are going to die of old age. It's always a fun surprise seeing who's dead. I can't wait. I mean, I can. Which is why I'm checking the Patreon poll. See what game is winning currently. Ooh, Dungeon Man's is in the lead. If you haven't yet, if you support me on Patreon, you could jump over to the Patreon page and vote on a game to make me play and get into this month. Outside of DF, of course. Goats! No, you were like 170 years old, though. That dwarf was like 165. And I remember him coming in being like, am I dead? And then being shocked that he wasn't dead. So, chat, can I get a round of beers for our good friend Goats, who was a good dwarf? Died of old age. The most natural of deaths. As the clock struck midnight to begin the year 172, early spring, first of granite, in the absolute realm. Cheers. Part of the reason I make cold brew sometimes is it's just a good excuse to use my beer glasses. Because, like, that's a beer brewery that I like from around here. It's nice to use these sometimes. Well, technically Vancouver Island, but still general area. That is a heavy cage. I wonder what's in that cage. Chat, do you guys think there's something in that cage, or do you think it's just an empty cage? I think it's just an empty cage and that humans squeak. That's my assumption, but... You know, at some point when I get a nice when I get a little bit better with my synthesizer, you know what I should do? I should really make a Mog Mother 32 cover of one of Krug Smash's intros. Because I randomly just got da 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 stuck in my head. Just kind of out of fucking nowhere. And I'm sitting there going like, I should do that. I should really do that. Past the good old Cobalt statue. It's a beautiful statue. It would be much more fatalistic if instead of an old age, it counts up. Dwarves had a counter that counted down. That sounds like something that you'd get in like a weird futuristic cyberpunk mod for DF, you know? That wouldn't work, in my opinion, in the fantasy setting, but I could definitely see that working in like a... I guess a long night equivalent. Also, who's excited for the 10th, chat? Because the 10th of March is a very important day. What happens on the 10th of March? Does anybody know? You'll be seeing if you get vaccination side effects. I mean, there's worse things that could happen. Trust me. Rise of the Mushroom Kingdom, but there's no new update to it just yet. But 4.3, that's probably what we'll end up playing on. It's one of the older versions, which I'm okay with that. The Oscars happens on the 10th? Yeah, it's Mario Day. So I'm going to play the fucking Mario Mushroom Kingdom mod. We'll see how that goes. Although we'll have to play on a legacy version of DF. Oh, the gander. On the 15th, Caesar should watch out. This is true, yes. Take a gander at that. Have a gander, says the humans. Okay, they're all really poor except for the Council of Men. They're all really poor and have, like, nothing except for the Council of Men, who bring, like, enough to feed a small army every year. You know, I also managed to force the goblins to bring us tribute once. And they did for a bit, and then invaded us. It was pretty funny. Not in this fort, though. Different fort. But yeah, so on March the 10th, we're going to play one of the legacy versions of DF and install the Super Mario Brothers Overhaul mod. And on Star Wars Day, May the 4th, and Revenge of the 5th, we're going to play the Jawa Fortress mod. It's 95% of the paperwork? Yeah, no, it really is. So yeah, those are the two overhaul mods we're going to play. Because people have been asking me to play some mods. So fuck it. We're going to play some mods. We'll take a couple days off of Longdeath for each one and do a day or two of them. Well, 2 days of Star Wars guaranteed. At least 1 day of Mario. Maybe 2 if I'm enjoying it. So you want some weird? We'll give you some weird. Although I'm going to need not Mario music. So I don't know how I'll do that. But I'll figure it out. Also, I'm kind of like, because I've kind of made up my mind that every year on my birthday I'm going to do a charity stream. Last year we raised $2,000 for JDRF. I don't want to try and do that again. And I've been thinking of incentives, like charity incentives. And one of the incentives I was thinking is changing the tile set. So, why did I jump up here? Oh, the Elven Caravan has arrived. Where are they? I don't see them, though. Did they arrive and just immediately leave? Something must have startled them. Because the elves arrived and then immediately left. Huh. Anyway, so I want to do that again. And it'll be another, like, one-off fortress. But what I'm thinking I'll do is I'll have, like, 10 random, like, installs of DF, all with different tile sets set up. And you guys can pick a tile set, and I'll swap out the tile set. I'll also have, like, pick a color code and let you guys choose the color code. So we'll just have, like, this obnoxious nightmare thing. And I'm thinking for, like, a very large sum of money, I will switch over to the Nicolas Cage tile set. Although I think we should modify the Nicolas Cage tile set so I, at the very least, actually have text. Yeah, pretty much. They just showed up and were like, nah. How's the mayor doing? Exhilarated after a sparring session. He had a sparring session. He's exhilarated. Hey, Danks. You feel euphoric due to inebriation. You're 167 years old. Holy shit. There's a Nicolas Cage tile set? Yeah, B-Log, my mod made it. It's literally just pictures of Nicolas Cage's face. Everything is Nicolas Cage's face. Go to my YouTube channel and type in Dwarf Fortress, but it's Nicolas Cage. Old boy? Yeah. Old Dwarf. Old Dwarf and Danks. 167 years old. Dreams of raising a family, and this dream was realized. He has 2 kids in the family. Ragswolf and Abe. 2 boys. Who is your mom, Ragswolf? Ragswolf is 11 years old. Ah, and his mother was a Banana Unlimited. How's this dwarf doing without his mom? Pretty good. A little bit disgusted on dwelling upon being nauseated by the sun, but that's okay. It's just part of growing up as a dwarf. But yeah, that's kind of the plan for the next little bit. Because I've been trying to think about, like, because I know that people want me to, like, play Dwarf Fortress and play Longdeath and work on Longdeath, but also at the same time keep things interesting. And so, like, I want to do the seasonal forts, and there really isn't any seasonal stuff that we could do around now. Like, Easter is something we could do, which is not until April. So April 4th is Easter in 2021. So we could do that, but, like, not the greatest, I guess, because that's kind of far off. Be like outdid himself with that awesome tile set. It's so good, isn't it? But yeah, we were thinking about, like, making a Tommy Wiseau tile set, a Nicolas Cage tile set, maybe a tile set that just turns all of the dwarves into Nicolas Cage, and just, like, maybe if somebody wants to make me a Shrek tile set, I could be an incentive. But yeah, I'll just be moving save files around, and it won't be too difficult. I'll just have to restart the game a lot. Somebody want to make a, you know, make me meme tile sets, chat. You know, I'm not going to lie, I would absolutely play a Shrek Fortress mod. If somebody made a Shrek overhaul, like, I'm not a big fan of Shrek. I do like Shrek memes, though. If somebody made a Shrek overhaul mod for DF, the only requirement I would have, though, is you'd have to replace the intro music with a very simple plucked dun 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 dun. That's my only real requirement. Aside from that, it would be go nuts. There's probably at least one person listening right now and going, oh no. Streamer, what's wrong with you? Nothing. Everything. Yes. What's wrong with you? Me. Me is wrong with me. Anyway, so that's what I want to do on my birthday. I'm gonna do a charity stream, raising money for Juvenile Diabetes Foundation, which we raised money for last year, and I think I surprised them all because I kind of came out of nowhere. And actually, I could look this up. This will be in June, so this is not for a while. Was just looking to see if I could find the thing I participated in last year. I'm wondering if I'm still... Yeah, there I am. I am the number seventh highest earner for this particular charity event. So if I were to do another one, maybe I could pass my friend Cool Eagle. Whose son's a diabetic. Yes, it would definitely have to be like a out of tune with some wrong notes MIDI version, for sure. It is indeed. Although, be like, we need another version of that one that actually has the alphabet. just so that it's playable. I mean, I guess you could argue it's playable, but playable. He ate bugs for that money. He was also on the front page, my dude. I can't really eat things for money anymore. I can read, like, movie scripts, and I can change tile sets, and that's about it. We also need that Matrix tile set, and the Matrix color set. I mean, I think B-Lug made it in like 20 minutes. Lots of respect for that work, but also like, that was a really fast turnaround on that, let me tell you. All right, let's start working on this now that we're out of the rainy season. Oh, very, very good 20 minutes. Ponce, thank you very much for the host. Cheers, man. What were you playing today? You were playing Warhammer, right? No, you're playing Neo. Okay. Guys, if you don't know Ponce, Ponce is a local friend of mine. One of these days, I'll get to hang out with him again. Or one of these years, rather. Whenever this bloody pandemic ends. Hey, Hobo. Mix of Warhammer and Neo? Gotcha. Yeet. I was lurking at the start of your stream, which is why I was like, I think you were playing this, but I wasn't sure. Hobo, how we doing today? How's things, man? It's good to see you. I hope you are as well. Oh, wait, I literally just deconstructed that. Why am I rebuilding it? Just took a nice nap. Good shit, man. We're sitting here kind of brainstorming a few things about the future because I'm planning on Mario Day. We're gonna play the Super Mario Overhaul mod for Dwarf Fortress. Even though it hasn't been updated for the most recent version, I'll have to go back a couple versions, but that's okay. It hasn't been updated in a while, but I'm still gonna we're gonna do that for March 10th. What year is the 14 now? 172. So we're 167 years in. Also, Stone, we're 167 years in. Anyway, 67 is Stone's favorite number. Anyway. Yeah, so, yeah, March 10th is Mario, and that's in 10 days. So in 10 days, so next week, we're going to play the Super Mario Brothers Overhaul mod for Dwarf Fortress. And we need a time where I could play that science fiction mod. Long Night? Question mark? What would be a good time of year for that, chat? Because on Star Wars Day and Star Wars Day the sequel, we're going to play Jawa Fortress, which has been updated for the most recent version already. So shoutouts to the creator of Jawa Fortress for updating that shit fast. Unfortunately, we didn't get a Nick Cage. 171 was the year of the 10 cages. But yeah, we're in 172, which means the Fortress is 167. Star Wars is Thursday? No, Star Wars is May. So April, May. Yeah, May the 4th and Revenge of the 5th. May the 4th be with you. And Revenge of the 5th, which is Star Wars Day of the sequel. You do indeed have an artifact, Nick Cage. you do indeed. But little does Nick Cage know that he himself is an artifact, so. An artifact of another time. Ha! Oh, that was mean. Even for me. For sci-fi? Ooh, too late. Next year. Gotta find food. Do what you gotta do. I'll just be around and chilling, man. I'll just be around and chilling. Well, I mean, we'll have to do something for Easter. Like, Easter is definitely a special fortress that we could do. Just like, I don't know, I'm thinking little island in the middle of nowhere, a couple cozy dwarves, and a bunch of elves, and lots of violence, blood, and gore, and we have lots of pet bunnies, and lots of things that make eggs. Hold up. What if we mod emus to be war trainable? And lay lots of eggs. Ideas. They are danger. We also need a army, or rather, we need a world with rabbit people, so I can like make a bunch of rabbit people adventurers and retire them in the fort. It'll be great. All right, well, that's what we're doing on April 4th. Can somebody make that mod for me so I can make an install for that? That'll be goofy as hell. Yeah, also, we could do an island fortress dedicated entirely to making giant stone statues of eggs. Or I could just make giant stone statues of Northern Lion, whatever works. Same egg, different shine. You missed most of it because you're working on the Nick Cage files. That is the best reason to miss out on something in chat that I've seen in a minute. Hey, chat, you guys want to do me a huge favor and write down dumb ideas for this sort of stuff in the DF room? Also, heads up. A game that I like is on sale. Odd Realm is 25% off. So if you haven't played Odd Realm, it's like $8 Canadian on Steam right now. And kind of cute. And definitely inspired by DF. Doesn't like do everything DF does. Maybe we'll fucking, you know what? We need to do some Odd Realm this week, I think, because this is on sale for the next few days. That's something we need to do. We need to check in with this, because there's been a lot of updates since I last played. That's something we should check in on. But a lot of the tile sets that I've mentioned, Belag, already exist. Like, I know for fact the Matrix tile set exists, which just makes the game look like the Matrix. Combined with the Matrix color, it really looks like the Matrix. You felt no danger when playing an Odd Realm at all? It felt weird. Odd Realm is much more of a chill town builder. Much less of a, like, Dwarf Fortress-like experience, if that makes sense. Which isn't bad, it's just, it's a different kind of game. But in order to feel danger in Odd Realm, you have to dig. And I know that that sounds very dwarfy. But there's like, if you dig down, there are procedurally generated dungeons that have scary things in them. And it also kind of depends on where you settle, like DF. Like, if you settle somewhere scary, you will have scary things show up. If you don't settle somewhere, like, if you settle somewhere without hostile neighbors, it won't be that scary. You'll get attacked by bandits and they'll be pushovers. But if you settle somewhere like with extremely hostile neighbors, they'll just show up and fuck you up with no shits given. So it's certainly an easier game than Dwarf Fortress, though. But I don't know. I want to support it because, or I want to support Odd Realm because I think that Odd Realm is one of those games that it's very much of the same ilk, I guess. Also, the devs from my city, so that's, you know, enough reason to support it right there. Especially because the way the dev talks about it, it's another Dwarf Fortress situation where he's just like, you know, I planned on working on this for like a year and just kind of making a little town builder in this style, but now I just keep seeing all these things I could keep adding to it, so might as well. Which is always going to be something that I respect in a developer. Whenever I hear about a developer who's just like, yo, I'm going to keep working on this for a long time, it's like, yeah, okay. You got passion for the thing that you're working on, we should support that. I think it's a very, very, very good entry drug into DF, and I'm very worried because while on one hand I'm extremely excited and keen about the Steam release of Dwarf Fortress, I'm very scared for Odd Realm. I'm very scared that Odd Realm is suddenly going to have no reason to exist. Have a good nap. Past it. Why isn't that on sale for you? It should be. I don't know. Try restarting Steam. I've definitely had like games not go on sale for me before and then restarted Steam and it fixed itself. But I'm not sure. I don't know. I just saw a notification on their Discord saying that it's on sale for the next few days. Maybe not hard enough, but definitely I think even with the tile set, it'll still be obtuse. I don't know. It's just Odd Realm is kind of obtuse, but in a different way, you know? Like Odd Realm, like I say that it's an entry point into DF, but that doesn't make it easy. What day is it for me? It is the 1st. The 1st of March. 3 p.m. It's probably the 2nd for you by now. But sales should be global on Steam. Where did my nice go? There it is. You know what? That's enough. We'll just let that go. Also, this is something I got to work on. So... Tons of construction are all getting done now. But yeah, Odd Realm is 25% off, making it $8.61 Canadian right now, which means it's basically free, basically. Well, it's not basically free, but it's very cheap. Very, very cheap. Which is why the dev also has a Patreon, and if you do play that game and you do really like it, give him a couple bucks a month. Same with the developer, Hugh Millward on Warsim. I'll be honest, there's actually times where I feel kind of bad. Because I see these developers making these amazing games that I make a living streaming, and then I realize that they're probably making less than I am in some cases, and that really sucks. It's like you guys are literally making the stuff that, which is why I feel kind of like as a creator, it's partially my job to help support the devs because, you know, I wouldn't be able to do this if they didn't let me stream their stuff. I wouldn't have stuff to stream if they didn't let me stream their stuff. So it kind of comes back around, you know? Can't have one without the other, I guess. We're like a very, very intertwined industries. Hopefully nobody falls, because there is an owl dive bombing us right now. It's also raining now, which isn't ideal. It's a lot of vomit. Did somebody grow up? No, Ragswolf is still a child. Although I do feel absolutely flattered at reading recent reviews for War Sim now, because I've seen 2 now that directly reference watching an interview on YouTube, which is like, yes, I did something. I helped. Lord Floof is stumbling around obliviously. No. I'm going to lose 2 children today. It sucks. Uh, 25 minutes until investments are up. Your computer clock is glitched. That's a thing that can happen? That seems not ideal. Why isn't it time for investments? Because they happened 25 minutes ago, and I'd need to turn off my bot and turn back on my bot to make them open now. I mean, I'd be totally willing to open investments for a small fee, of course. No, I can restart the bot if you really want. Give me a sec. Windows sounds. Now there's no bot. You can't even beer, even if you want to. You can try, but it won't work. While we wait for the bot to restart. Oh shit, never mind. Like, right in time. There you go. Bot's back up, investments are open. Now you can invest your tickets. And I didn't even charge you anything. I am a kind and merciful streamer, I think. When I feel like it. I need my nice. There's it. There's my nice. Man, the day that we just get a search option for all of this, it's gonna be so nice. I can't tell if that's actually a rant or not. Actually, it does have a tutorial, believe it or not. Like, literally, it has little dialogue boxes that plop up and have little voice acting that tell you how to get to all the buttons. We're gonna treat this like game stock. Game stonks! Literally no way it goes tits up. Well, here's the beauty of the ticket system, right? You could lose it all, but actually not lose anything of value, so who fucking cares? But if you have all of them, then you can brag. Which is, in some cases, more valuable than any kind of actual monetary value. Yeah, it's not like that one battle royale game that launched with what was it, 25-cent play system, or it was a pay-to-play system where every match was 25 cents, but if you won, you got a free match. That was a battle royale game that launched on Xbox. 1 gallon of air costs 10 tickets. I mean, I wish it was that easy. If those were actually cryptocurrency, I'd be rich. Stonks indeed, Ming. Stonks indeed. Someone want to help out Danks and give Danks ad-free viewing? Danks is here all the time. This is taking forever, but I think it was worth it. Tons of stockpiles getting filled too. See, Gate Nerd, you may have lost it all, but it's okay. You'll earn more. You just spend your money in bits? I don't know, man. Ad-free viewing is pretty valuable. Thanks all the same, though. I'm like weirdly satisfied with the shape of this thing though. It's totally worth it. Ah, are you one of those people that gives me YouTube Premium revenue? I actually was looking at my revenue the other day, and it's like 10% or so of my revenue is YouTube Premium. It's kind of neat. I don't know. I don't have nobody's joined my channel yet as a member, but that's fine. You could, in theory, pay for just my channel and get ad-free viewing there. No one's done that yet, though. It's not something I really encourage, especially because, like, this stream exists, so it would be kind of redundant. I mean, with my channel, you'll see an ad when you join the stream, and then you won't see another ad for the rest of the stream. Unless something very wrong happened. Or, you know, you're leaving and coming back and getting more pre-rolls. I don't run ad breaks. Even when I get up and take breaks, you know. This is kind of where I butt heads with some of my teammates a little bit. Because it's like, I'm very much in the... If I can make the show free of advertising, I will. I'll take sponsored deals if developers offer me money for things, but outside of that, it's just not worth it. Yeah, I mean, YouTube, I wish I could make those less obnoxious, but like, I have this really difficult spot where it's like, do I monetize my YouTube channel or do I not? And currently it's definitely sitting on the yes, I should monetize my YouTube channel. I really wish I could be at a point where I could say, yeah, no, I'm not going to put any ads on these, but like to give you an idea, I think I've made like $30 off of Longdeath Part 1 now. The first VOD of Longdeath has made me like $30 since I uploaded it. Granted, that's over like, what, 6 months? But still, that's not nothing. Part 2 is made like 20. Part 3 is made like 20. Like, they're making money slowly. And it's something that, as a low-budget creator, that's valuable. It's very valuable. At least YouTube has a higher variety of ads than Twitch, though. That's one thing I will say. It's like, it has a pretty good variety of ads. So, like, you won't, at least in my experience, I don't generally get tired of the ads that I see, because they're all, you know, stuff I'm used to seeing. Oh, shit. Oh, that one got suspended. There must have been a dwarf standing there or something. It's like, why did that not get done? Get her done. Get her done right there. I've said this many times, though. If I had the option with Twitch, I would pay Twitch to get rid of my ads. I would do that. If Twitch was like, yo, give us $30 a month to have no advertisements on your channel, I would do that. Or I would have it as a selling point of my channel. No advertising. It kind of comes with, like, you know, the games that I play. You know, most of the games I play are freeware or open source or low budget. And, like, the main thing that I should be advertising is the game, right? Like, if I'm playing Jupiter Hell, it's kind of an ad for Jupiter Hell, right? Because, like, I want people to buy and support Jupiter Hell. But that's kind of all the ads that you should be seeing. No ads at the start.
Fine then, no ads at the start.
Welcome back, Danks. You didn't need to do that. Jack, can I get a big round of beers for Nanks? Bringing that sub back for a second month. Cheers, man. And also, thanks for the 79 cents in bits earlier. Let me try and get this done. This is a lot of construction that needs to get done. You appreciate how few ads you have. There are many channels on YouTube's in particular that just had, and it just add smidgen of content, some more ads, and another smidgen of content. I let, for my VODs on YouTube, I let YouTube decide how many ads to put in. And it looks like, from looking at it, YouTube tends to put like 3 or 4. But that's like 3 or 4 scattered over like 5 hours. Which is like, whatever. Like, okay, Like, that's I'm totally fine with an ad every 30 minutes in a YouTube video. That's fine for me, especially if it's a well-produced YouTube video. And if and so to me that's kind of fine. And then on the short videos, it's like, yeah, you'll get an ad at the beginning, maybe an ad at the end if they chuck one at the end. But like, I don't think you should be seeing more than an ad for my short videos. That's just ridiculous. If YouTube makes you watch more than that. And you know what? Since I was kind of planning on gifting Danks a sub, if there's anybody in the chat who's not subscribed to the channel, put your hand up. You'll get subbed. Zaki, the royal treasurer, has arrived to trade. Going to slaughter all of these animals. Set them all to training. It is that season once again. Interesting. Took the windmill, all the way down. It's an odd way to go. We have to bring stuff over for trading. Let's just bring some prepared food. Keep it simple this time. Zaki says, on behalf of the Merchants Guild, let me extend my greetings to your people. There is much to discuss. The world is the same as ever. What requests do you have of our merchants? Oh, crap. I totally hit the button too quick. Whoops. Remember, bringing more asking us to bring stuff. But that happened yesterday? Why? Did you accidentally, like, drag and drop it into his Discord or something? Yeah, on behalf of the Merchants Guild, let me bid you farewell. To you and your stout dwarves.
Me raises his hand and quickly lowers it.
What, are you gonna make me, like, go through the list of people and find somebody to sub to the channel? Is that what you're gonna do? Is that what you're gonna make me do? Because I'll do that. As an example of your DF art? Oh, was Krug Smash lurking in there? Chat, can I get a round of beers for Clino? Bringing that subscription back for another month. Hold on, I'll just scroll up until I find someone who said something who isn't subbed. There you go. Hey, new plan if you're lurking. Dodge. There you go. I said dodge. You didn't do a very good job. Dodge! There you go. I literally scrolled up and you were the first person. I was just like, does anybody want a sub? Because I was going to gift one to Danks. I was. Quick, everyone close the tab. Everybody dodge the stream. There's no other way to get this. I was a dwarf and there was a minecart heading at you. No, you're okay. Wait, what? Oh, okay. We're probably slaughtering it. I was going to say, why is there like an injured marmot on the ground? It's definitely because we're slaughtering it. All right, let's get the dwarves up here. Although, oh no, when someone tells you to dodge is a pretty respectable response, I would say. Actually, you know what? Let's sell buckets. Bucket. Because I got 1 billion of them. And let's make wood, no, iron bucket 10. Iron Bucket is my new comedy metal band. You can expect to see us live next year, opening up for Glory Hammer. I would totally go see an Iron Bucket show. I don't know about you guys. They'll need to wear ice cream pails on their heads. It'd be great. I feel like Dwarf Fortress is like actually just a very thinly disguised metal band name generator. And what's the other thing down here? Bags that I have too many of. Bag. Sell all those. I'll sell all the empty bags, not the full bags, the empty bags. Also figurines. Mayor wants nothing right now. And is there anything interesting in the future of the fortress March 1st, by the way? I don't know if anybody here's dug into it, but I took a gander at it, but I was half awake and just getting out of bed when I was looking at it, so I'd be curious to know if you guys spotted anything cool in there. That is a lot of stuff that needs to get taken out of here. Because those humans have brought us so many bags as gifts. It's a little crazy. It's going to be a lot of hauling that needs to get done over the next little bit. Just because of all of this stuff that's getting brought up. The one thing that I saw that stuck in my brain was like, what if cloud blocks and you could build a flying fortress? What if dwarves could mine clouds? What if dwarves could mine clouds? That's where my brain went. Boogie, boogie, boogie. I mean, sometimes you need the correct boogeyman. Boogeyman. Chat, how do you pronounce boogeyman? Is it boogeyman or is it boogeyman? Debug. Yes, accurate. I'm so happy with how that turned out. God, it's so good. I think that all the other Dwarf Fortress streams are missing out not having that animated emote in their chat. It's just me and Useroon that have it as far as I know. If you want it, you could chuck it in your chat right there. Like, look, his eyes move. Cooler did such a good job animating that. He's got a little fat jiggle. His eye moves. He's got these slick ass moves. It's so good. It's a great little idle animation. You know, Yuzurun, you should get Cooler to make an animated version of that Kia that just blinks occasionally. Even though birds don't blink, but you should just make it do that. There's a Kia pet on BTTV? Nah, I'm good. Whose work is that? My artist Coolers. He did all my emotes. He also did User and Kia. I think, and all of these are in the emotes actually. It was literally just a, hey Cooler, can you animate this? So I made him take a break from playing Valheim to play proper games and edit and draw stuff for me and DF. We also did your avatar. Yeah, the beluga. Little dude's got moves, let me tell you. Something about a baby with a beard that's weirdly terrifying. It's kind of terrifying. I don't know. I'm not okay with bearded babies, man. Adults in diapers and bearded babies. Two things I'm not okay with. Just things I don't need to see in my life. We will build it so high we can mine the stars. Huh. I mean, okay, so what if Dwarf Fortress worlds are flat, right? And the sky is actually a dome with more rock up there. So if you build up high enough, you can just mine into the sky. We're actually just in a giant underground cavern. If you dig up enough, eventually you break through and it's just New York. The dwarves are all like, whoa! And they're like this tall. That's my new Dwarf Fortress headcanon. It's just caves all the way down. I mean, sometimes it's a different flavor of caves, but yes. Oh shit, I need a Mario Brothers tile set. Potentially. I need Yoshi's. Huh? How is there no access to this? All right, sure. Again, how come there's... Did I just like somehow manage to sell? something I shouldn't have. All right, you know what? I'm just gonna finish trading. Maybe you can find it. Isn't that just Caves of Cud? Whoa! Buzzard. That buzzard just like lined up in front of a fucking firing squad, man. Did you see that? You know what? Screw it. Let's offload stuff. Ooh. Oh, wait, no. That's old. Yeah, that's old. I accidentally just set everything to trading, by the way. So everything in the whole fortress is currently trying to be traded. I just realized what I did. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to do that. Also, if that's like Super Mario Odyssey's story or something, I don't know, because I've never played Super Mario Odyssey, B-Look. This is the, I think, second time I've done this in 170 years. All right, dwarves, get out of this spot. Just go down underground. Just go underground. I need you guys to all cancel the jobs. There we go. Jobs have all been canceled. Now I can release you all. They're still, what the fuck are they bringing to the depot now? Why is there still so much stuff that's pending? Ah! There we go. I think I got it sorted now. Yes, now I do. If you have a link for it, that'd be nice. Clino. In case somebody in chat wants it. Buzzards are fighting. It's all good, though. All right, let's work on that upper roof bit up here. And plan for the evening tonight is Aliens RL, I think. Because that's the first bit of footage I need for the big Jupiter Hell video. Which I think will be a bit of fun. We get to go die, probably. Although, isn't that kind of the best part of any video game when it's a roguelike? Is just getting to go and die. That is a lot of dead buzzards. Holy shit. Holy crap. I'm going to lower this a little bit. There we go. It's a bit better. A bit cleaner. Well, also, I don't know if you guys noticed, but when I turn my camera off, the sub count disappears. That's kind of the first step for me in kind of removing the sub count. We're still very far away from the Patreon goal I have in my head of just removing money goals and stuff from the stream entirely, because that's kind of my end goal. Is I would like to, I have a number in my head, and if the Patreon gets that number, I will remove all of the leaderboards, so there won't be any leaderboard at the top of the chat if we hit that goal. 10K a month? No, it's 1,000 a month. If we hit $1,000 a month on Patreon, then I will remove all goals from the top of the stream and the sub counter from up there. My Patreon won't ever hit 10K a month, though. Don't be silly. Don't be silly. Sheesh. Krug Smash might. I won't. Although if I did, I would hire Cooler as a full-time employee to make shit tons of little animations. And I'd actually hire Rhinestone to produce my podcast so him and me could record much easier. Man, the things I could do if I had 10 grand a month. Good Lord. Very far away from that happening. I wouldn't know what to do with that much money, actually. Now that I really think about it, it's like, I wouldn't know what to do with that. Hang in there, you poor dwarf. But yeah, that would actually be a problem. I wouldn't know what to do with that much money. I would actually something I would have to do probably is I'd probably have to limit the number of people that I could pay for sound commands, because that would be obnoxious. That's probably something I would have to do. No! 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 Yes, there can be cave-ins in DF, but it's like Minecraft right now, where if something caves in, it'll cave in, but if one block is holding it, it's fine. But if it's holding it at a diagonal, it'll cave in. So yes, stuff will crash and cave in, but it's basically like ridiculous physics right now. It used to have full-on structural integrity and stuff would like crumble, but it would wreck your frame rate, so they got rid of it. Unfortunately, because I think that's a really cool mechanic, and I hope it gets added back in one day. Because I like structural integrity. Although every time I say that, somebody leaves a comment on the VOD going, "You watch your dirty mouth." And I'm like, okay. How dare you suggest such horrible things? So clearly there's a lot of people who desperately do not want structural integrity in DF. Yeah, I've killed forgotten beasts with cave-ins. Yeah, if big baddie monster doesn't move a bunch, I just drop a big old rock on its head. Donk! And then it goes, gone. Bye-bye. Peace out. See you, nerd. No, but there are methods of abusing cave-ins to cause mass destruction, and physics bugs like magma pistons, which are amazing. Magma piston is when you dig a circle and dig all the way down to the lava level and cave the whole thing in directly into the lava, and it will teleport all of the lava from the ground from underneath it above it. So you can like instantly teleport lava up to the surface, which is very funny. Yep, we have supports. And they're bullshit because the hotkey for them is BS. You want it? See, I'm not the only one. Yeah, I wouldn't be able to build this with the physics if there was a. Well, actually, there's support there. I need to be supporting this side over here. Wouldn't it be badass if I could drop something through the middle of that all the way down into lava? B-Lug was annoyed when caught in the rain. You can automate cave-ins. I find whenever I automate any kind of traps, it kills more of my dwarves than the enemies. Or than the enemy goblins or whatever. I feel like the collateral damage is always real bad whenever I automate traps. So usually I would connect it to levers. And then I miss, and then I die anyway. So it's, you know. It's super fun to watch. Yeah. Something that I'm thinking about doing with this fort somewhere is making like a minecart roller coaster. Not actually putting any dwarves in it though, because I don't want to accidentally kill them. But making like a fully enclosed minecart roller coaster or something. Just like high-speed transport across the walls or something. I used to love making really long. One of the last times I actually had fun with Minecraft was actually spent just making really, 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 really long minecart tracks. I'll be back later. Alrighty, I will probably still be on. I mean, it's 4 p.m. I have to leave here around 7, so I got time. I will be switching games pretty soon here though, because we did some adventure mode today. It'll be a little bit of a shorter Longdeath day. I hope you understand. But yeah, no, I do heavily encourage anybody who likes Dwarf Fortress to support Odd Realm. Because I do think that Odd Realm has a place in Dwarf Fortress players' hearts. Because in my opinion, Odd Realm is kind of like this weird mix of like sort of its own thing, but also kind of a Dwarf Fortress fan game in a weird way. Because it is so heavily inspired by DF. And I don't want to see it go the route of, you know, a No Moria. I would love to see that game stick around and be successful. So, that's just my opinion. And it's not like it's directly trying to, you know, market itself off of Dwarf Fortress. It's very much like, you know, it's wears its inspirations on its sleeve, but it knows that it's something very different, which I respect the heck out of. A lot of work is getting done. I don't know if this construction stuff is the most interesting to watch, chat, but it's very satisfying to actually do. There's so much stuff just getting put away. You know, not really my kind of game, but I may not be the smartest person, but does this just look like Dead Cells to you? It's a game that came out today called Fargon. It's not a run-based game. It's definitely a Metroidvania, but this just looks like Dead Cells. Like straight up, that looks like Dead Cells. I don't know. Like, if you showed me a single screenshot of that, I'd look at that and be like, it's Dead Cells. Nope. It's not the same developer. It just looks like Dead Cells. And I think the Dead Cells team only has made Dead Cells. And all of the Dead Cells expansions, obviously. So no, it is not from the same developer. Developer. And also, Freskins, not to disappoint you, but there won't be any Warsim tonight. We'll be doing Aliens RL in a little bit. We will, however, finish that Realm of Greens run, and then we will wait for a few patches, and then we'll do an evil run, I think, of Warsim. Although I think I'm good enough at Warsim now that I could probably just do like a short run pretty quickly. Your cats were meowing. I'm going to be playing... I'm going to give you one more chance to hear this, and after this I'm going to assume you're goofing. I'm going to be playing Aliens RL tonight. Aliens the roguelike. And if your cats are so loud, you should turn on closed captions. Because then you don't need to worry about the cats meowing. You'll just be able to read what I'm saying in real time. Doesn't matter how deafening the cries of the poor kitties are. I mean, you're overlords, right? But it completely butchered my speech. Oh, that's fair. Yeah, no, we're not playing Warsim tonight, but I will play Warsim this week. Tonight we're gonna do Aliens the roguelike because I need footage. Someone's hat is on your Ian. Serious question. Is that what the closed caption said? Also, hi Orange, how are you? It's good to see you too, mate. So I'm not gonna lie, some of those screenshots of the closed captions are fucking priceless. Absolutely fucking priceless. Some of them are just absolutely hilarious. You're just pretending to be senile? Oh, okay. I mean, you do a very good job pretending, to the point where I thought it was real, in fact. Get off my lawn. That's my best impression. How you doing today, Orange? I hope you're doing well. Emotional shock? What? Why is Nervicious going through emotional shock? Is it because I crushed too much of your clothing? Trade is the lifeblood of a thriving society. I mean, how old is this dwarf now? 118 years old. This dwarf was born in this fortress and is 118 years old. Man. I mean, why is the rum gone? This is the important question, Freskins. I don't know what that means, but was it a good 5 hours? And did you learn how to double clutch? Is that where you shift the clutch with two hands? So you give her a two-handy instead of a single-handy? I mean, obviously, that's why the rum's gone. Isn't that the whole joke? It's like, why is the rum gone? Because you drank it, numbskull. Jeebers. Creebers. It was fun trying to get the hang of it. Much practice is needed. Well, you're trying to get your trucking license, right? Discord time? Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. I did ask for this, didn't I? Well, shit. That is a very high definition tile set. It's beautiful. Thank you. That's my favorite one. Are those... Wait, which one of those is the soldiers? I need to repost this in memes. It's the law. Sup, pack? How we doing? Hey, Stone, are we still lurking? The annual tributes from Basti Pime and Nulanabo have arrived. You feel caged in? What game? Odd Realm? I mean, Dwarf Fortress is free, so does that count? Just calling Stone. Stone, we here? Anthem? I mean, Anthem is being shut down, isn't it? Sproggywood. How is it now? Hey guys, you want to support Freehold Games, developers of Caves of Cud? I own this on phones, but you should buy this anyway. Well, it's Stone. It's this season. I'm sorry. Let me know when you're ready for me to scroll. It's 90% off, yeah. Sproggywood is 90% off. Here, I'll link it. Very good little roguelike. Very good little roguelike. I'll post it on Discord. Cheers. A water buffalo? Jesus, that human must be a fucking bodybuilder. Copper shield? A large red zircon? 2 copper cages? Let me know when you're ready. I'll grab the next one. Yeah, we were talking about it over the weekend. It is a lot of tribute, yeah. And then the other one. Hey, chat, would you want to see me stream Sproggywood in the future? It's $1.69. Nice indeed. Well, I just bought Sproggywood, so there's that. I already own it on phone, and I played it quite a bit when I was in hospital, but I now also own it on PC. Installing. It's $1.69. Regardless of the game I'm playing? That's not true. You wouldn't watch me play the I don't know, Barbie Horse Rescue? Granted, I would probably watch me play Barbie Horse Rescue. FIFA 2021. Yeah, that's something I wouldn't watch me play either. Although, you know what I did watch? I watched Snoop Dogg play Madden on Twitch for 15 minutes yesterday. Well, rather, I watched the VOD of him play Madden for 15 minutes. Rage quit, shut off the console, shut off the capture card, turn off the monitor, get up and walk away. And the stream kept going for another 7.5 hours. You saw that live? That's amazing. I saw the articles about it like an hour afterwards and was like, what the fuck? And was giggling way too hard at that. That's way too funny. It's maybe my favorite PC Gamer article headline of recent memory. Was this a Habs jersey? Yeah. Actually, chat, could you guys explain something to me? Where did the slang term Habs come from for that team? I never fully understood it. True story. I don't know why they're called Habs. Lord Floof is throwing a tantrum. No! You poor dumb dwarf. Comes from habitants? I don't know what that means. My country is too fucking big. It's a French slang. Okay, well that explains why I wouldn't know what the fuck that means. It's tantruming but feels love when remembering talking with mother. Like, I've always just kind of, like, accepted that they're called the Habs, but anyway. So now the real question is, should I save Sproggywood to put it onto a Patreon list at some point, or should I just stream Sproggywood at some point? Like, do you guys think that should be a Patreon game, or should that just be a game that I stream? And the dwarves have arrived to trade once again. Here at this place. Longdeath. Huh. Then the nickname stayed. Interesting. Place it on the Patreon list. So that would be for next month then. I could chuck it in there for next month. So every month, pack on the first of every month, there is a poll that goes out to all my Patreons and any Patreon supporters at any tier. And it's a list of 3 games. Right now, it's Dungeon Man's. The one I put up this morning was Dungeon Man's, Cogmind, and Golden Krone Hotel. It's basically just games that I own that I've been meaning to play for a while but never got to for one reason or another. And hey, whichever one you're the most interested in watching, vote for it, and I will get into that game for the next month. So last month's Patreon game was Warsim. The month before was Wayward, but I didn't like Wayward, so we didn't stick with it for very long. But I really liked Warsim, so we put like 30 hours into it, and I interviewed the developer. So trader requested a depot. Yeah, and it's any tier. So if you support me at $1 a month on Patreon, you can vote in the polls, basically. In theory, you could also like support at $1 a month for a year and get a 8% discount, and then just be able to support in the polls. Or at $2.99, or at the $2 tier, which is the gets you into the credits for my edited videos on YouTube tier, and then support for a whole year, get an 8% discount, and then just vote in the polls and get your name in the thing. But you know. Something I learned watching a DF stream is that you can plus priority for the whole category with the trade request screen. Oh no, that's a DF hack thing. You can't do that in vanilla. I know that about with DF hack, but I can't do that because I'm on vanilla. So, but yes, that is a DF hack feature. So if you have DF hack running and you're using DF hack, you could totally do that. Yeah, it's a DF hack feature. I mean, DF hack is like literally just quality of life features. That's all it is, right? Like DF hack is just a shit ton of quality of life features. And also like less stability and crashy and other fun stuff. I'm gonna go refill my coffee. 2 seconds.
Woo! Oh, dude, fuck yeah, dude. This is fucking sick. Hell yeah. Woo!
Yeah, no, I tend to agree in regards to the not being as crash prone thing. What are they actually doing down here? They're definitely reorganizing a lot of bins. Annoy men, yes. Sometimes you just gotta annoy, man. What are they doing? I'm not sure
See
what
how he bites off the shell to get at the nut?
what I did to make them move all of these. Weird. Big Squug. How's things, Squug? Cheers, Danks. Thanks
This
for
is
re-upping
my
that
favorite
subscription.
roguelike on the Citadel.
Yeah, about that one. Yeah, I'm not sure why all these bins are getting moved around, I'll be honest. I'm actually a little bit perplexed by this. Must have happened when I accidentally set them to... Or when I accidentally told them to trade everything. Which is something that I did, so it screwed up the placements of all of the bins, and the dwarves are all trying to just put them back madly. Which is not ideal. How's things, Squug? How we doing? Dude, raw crystal glass is kind of fancy. To Wumbo? I mean, I'm not ready to Wumbo if that's what you're saying. I did not set them to Wumbo because I have no idea what setting something to Wumbo means. Is this a meme that I'm missing? It's definitely possible that I'm missing a meme here. I'm just thinking, are you ready to Wumbo? That's where my brain's going. It's third grade, man? Is it? I mean, I don't know. I have no idea what you're talking about, so clearly I missed third grade. How you doing, Redbeard? It's good to see you. All right, chat. Little bit of a shorter day in Longdeath today, but that's because we played some adventure mode earlier. Stream's not over, though. We are about to switch games. So, thank you for spending time here in Longdeath today. We've got some moody dwarves that we got to deal with tonight. Or tomorrow, I guess. But we'll deal with it. We'll be okay. Till then, though, we're going to swap games. If you're here specifically for DF, let's see who's streaming DF today. If there's anybody I could recommend, you go watch. I don't recognize anybody streaming DF, but there are 3 channels live, so if you are here specifically to watch DF, you have some selection. We're going to go play Aliens RL, though, which may be a game that interests you. If you like the Jupiter Hell streams, it's the same developer. So it's an Aliens fan game, specifically.